Hello there, hiya, can you hear me? Great, okay. I'll be talking about this level 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes.
And I'll be talking around about this level. Ronnie O'Sullivan this evening. Can't wait to see how he's playing. Thank you.
There's electricity in the air because Ronnie O'Sullivan, not just the crowd favourite, but the local favourite, is about to make his first appearance in this year's Bedvictor English Open at Brentwood. Well, number 3, Mark Allen, led Long Zhuang 2-0, didn't pot a single ball for the next 3 frames, but eventually dug deep to prevail 4-3. Then, employing a new cue, Mark Williams really struggled during his 4-1 defeat by Ben Wollaston. That result means, at the moment, 5 members of the top 16 in the world rankings are absent from the last 32. As for this evening, well, Luca Brissell, Ronnie O'Sullivan and John Higgins will be hoping to clear their first hurdle. And a little earlier, Alan McManus caught up with the 2 most decorated members of snooker's famed class of 1992. O'Sullivan the headliner on a day when we've already seen plenty of drama. World number 3, Mark Allen, led Long Zihuang 2-0. Didn't pot a single ball for the next 3 frames, but eventually dug deep to prevail 4-3. Then, employing a brand new cue, Mark Williams really struggled during his 4-1 defeat by Ben Wollaston. That result means, at the moment, 5 members of the top 16 in the world rankings are absent from the last 32, all matches in that to be played tomorrow. Still plenty of gaps in that draw, though, to be filled. Luca Brassel's up a little later against Anthony Hamilton on the main match arena. Of course, our first contest involves Ronnie O'Sullivan against He Guoqiang. And a little earlier, Alan McManus, well, he caught up with one of the most decorated members of snooker's famed class of 1992.
Yep, no problem.
There's always an extra level of anticipation
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
when O'Sullivan takes to the table.
Ready when you are, guys. Thank you. It's the first frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
The referee is Marcel Eckhart, and my co-commentator is someone whose name is on the World Championship trophy, just as Ronnie O'Sullivan's is. Joe Johnson.
Good evening, Phil. Good evening, everybody. Well, the records say they haven't played before, but they have played in the Championship League and won that one 3-0. Doesn't count because it wasn't a ranking event, but he knows he can play. Ronnie knows he can play. And with shots like that, wow, shot that was opening.
Dare I say it, even though he's wearing one, the gloves are off.
Just a little bit of shorter pace for comfort. But every confidence he would pot this, even though it's difficult. Yeah, good shot. Didn't just pot it either. Went into the cluster. There's no fear there.
8.
Most people would have just dropped that one in. Yep, another good pot. Awkward queuing.
9.
I'll say this early, so I'm not accused of hindsight. I think He Guoqiang has got the potential to be a very good player. He already is. I mean, a very good, consistent winner.
Oh, that one's very good. That could be
12.
end of break. Long way out with his positional play there. He may have a red to the right middle and may have one to the corner, but it's awkward. Another good recovery shot. It didn't appear to have any nerves. What a shot he got in with as well. From closer dead on the top cushion. Oh, he's overdone that one by a long way.
20.
He's not an attack at all costs merchant. He does have a reasonably balanced game, but when opportunities arise, he doesn't shirk the challenge.
Well, that was a premature end
He Guoqiang.
to a nice little break there. Started with a great long red, opening long red. But it should have been more, and he knows it. Close to both pockets.
Now, is that a sign of things to come, playing that shot left-handed? He played an awful lot of snooker left-handed at the recent Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Again, opting for the opposite hand.
Another good pot. Another good long red.
1.
It just overhit that one, and it's going to be very difficult to get to a colour from this red. Would have liked that cue ball to have stopped at least a couple of feet shorter than where it has. I just tried to make sure of the red, but it was a risky shot to play for 1 point.
He Guoqiang. 4.
the Reds, opening the Reds up.
He's very selfish, Guoqiang. This is his second season as a pro. When he joined the tour, he was off and running pretty much straight away. Got to the last 16 of this event, beating the likes of Ryan Day and Hossein Vafai, and then he made the quarterfinals of the British Open.
Well, that's a mistake. Shouts have come on Ronnie, but he's got an easy red to start with. Not easy to get to a colour.
One.
Well, Joe, from what we've seen so far, this might be a left-handed experience this evening.
Well, it's quite amazing, isn't it, Phil, that he can elect to play a match left-handed. David every chance to drop in. And Vin, a bit of... And he's not on a red, but had to put everything into the black.
8.
So just a safety.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Guoqiang from Leiying in the Hunan province, 24 years of age.
Well, there is a red to the left corner, but it's very dangerous to take on. Well, didn't really get anywhere near the pot, and that was a very fortunate kiss for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
This is just a fact. He's the best there's ever been right-handed. He's very good left-handed, but not as good left as he is right.
Let off. So this is a real chance now for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Never easy. Cue ball close to the cushion, firing across the nap.
1. Six. Seven.
Interesting, the pressure shot he played right-handed.
14. 15.
Yeah, well spotted, Phil.
What a preposterous talent, though, Joe.
Twenty-two.
The very fact he's playing in a world ranking event against last season's Rookie of the Year, and he's playing the overwhelming majority of shots
23.
from the opposite side, as it were.
I'm about to say, Phil, it's incredible, really. And the control that he's displaying, left-handed, getting the cue ball exactly where he wants it. They have to switch. Awkward cueing, left-handed.
31.
And this time, just a little out of position.
38. $39.
But no problem.
It's almost unfair.
45.
So much talent.
Well,
O'Sullivan,
that
45.
is surprising. He's playing a delicate little screw shot. He caught the pink here, as you can see. Played to miss it. But certainly a let-off. Guoqiang. Oh, very fortunate to push the green safe and to get the red safe. Kind of like a double whammy, that one. So easily have left the red on.
Yeah, for the second time in this frame, O'Sullivan missing a red by distance and being really lucky.
And once again, a little fortunate to have covered this red closest to the right corner. Another mistake. And this time he has left a chance at a red to the right corner. Managed to put another red safe. But it was certainly a mistake on the safety part.
One.
As you can see, every seat taken in the Brentwood Centre this evening to see Ronnie O'Sullivan. Guoqiang, the vast majority of the matches he would have played would have been in qualifiers. one man and his dog.
Sometimes not even the dog showed up.
8.
Now, how's he going to get this red away from the green? Kind of an angle does he have on the pink? Yep, he can just about play it with deep screw. And attack that red. Great effort. Terrific. A little unfortunate
14.
not being on the red, but he's developed the green. Chance to play a really good safety here in behind the black. Could play the double, but again, it's risky.
And I'll reiterate
14.
what I said earlier. Make no mistake, He Guoqiang has the game to cause an upset here. Not saying O'Sullivan needs to be at his sharpest, but he needs to be sharp to a certain degree.
Heart in the mouth time there for Ronnie O'Sullivan as he saw that red coming towards that right corner. But it's run safe. So, another chance. He Guoqiang. The yellow, not placed ideally.
One.
Oh, what cue power. Terrific. And they certainly enjoyed that one. And he's got a good angle on the pink or blue to try and get to the yellow. Black included. Oh, he could have done without using the rest for this very difficult yellow. But if it goes in, he becomes favourite. Yeah, good pot. Terrific pot.
He's a straight shooter, is He Guoqiang. Very good cueist and full of confidence. He believes in his own abilities.
He's beaten some really good players, although, again, he's got hold of that one, hasn't he? He likes to play this left-handed. Like Ronnie O'Sullivan. But with the rest, it's just that little bit more difficult. He needs the pink. Yeah, good pot. Just travelled a little bit too far.
70.
So I'm going to have to go in and out of balk. Ronnie would fully expect him to pot blue and pink here.
$22.
Just checking, and it just needs the pink. $35.
An eye-opening first frame. It was a frame of two reds. O'Sullivan on 45 missed the short-range red, and in the end it was a last red to black clearance. So only a frame in, but already enough evidence to suggest it could be a tough assignment, this, for O'Sullivan.
Well, as you said, he missed a fairly simple red, but he made some classical errors, really, on the safety. And this was another chance that he offered up to He Guoqiang. He's showing his cue power on this particular shot. What a shot that was, and a little unfortunate not to be on the red. Well, he just didn't get in behind that red enough to push it onto the balk cushion. But what a shot this was. It's red near the pocket. Look at the cue power in this particular shot. And then followed it up with a tough yellow. Great cueing again here on the green. Overdoing the screw back. But just stroked the brown in as though it was easy.
So 4 tables in action at the moment. A lot of eyes are on John Higgins this evening against Andrew Higginson in that pursuit of century breaks. There's not going to be one in this frame. It's quite low scoring. It remains in the balance, but maybe that could be the shot that gets Higgins in for some significant points. Commentator's nightmare, Joe. Higgins against Higginson. As for table 3, well, Anthony McGill has made an encouraging start against He Guoqiang. The winner of this match will play Karen Wilson in the last 32 tomorrow. McGill took the first frame on an unusual score in the opener, 59-0.
Just gotta wait for a signal, please.
And over on table 4, it's Zhou Yulong against Jamie Jones, the Welshman there, making the brighter start. Aided by a break of 61, he leads Zhou 1-0. After all of these years watching Ronnie O'Sullivan, sometimes you're never quite sure what kind of mood he's in. Sometimes it's obvious, good or bad. Sometimes he keeps you guessing. I think what happened in the first frame, the prevalence of left-handed shots, some poor safeties, suggests he might need to refocus.
Yes, well, he was in amongst the balls, wasn't he, when he missed that red to the left corner, trying to just slip by the pink. That was a good chance, and an unexpected miss from him. This is the red that we're talking about. Just lack of concentration, that, not pressure, anything like that. Just lack of care on the shot.
For anyone else, the start of the season wouldn't have been bad at all. Semi-finals of the Shanghai Masters, Same at the Xi'an Grand Prix, and then a run to the quarterfinals in Saudi Arabia. But this is Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's not a semi-final and quarterfinal man. He's a silverware collector.
Yeah, as you say, it's great for most other players, but he wants the trophy.
By the way, his next tournament win will be his 80th. And 41 of his victories have been in world ranking tournaments.
Well, what a shot that was. I didn't think he needed to play it, but he's played it superbly. Caught it too thin. He must be a little bit concerned, Ronnie O'Sullivan, at how he's striking the ball. That's a let off. Now, does this red chip to the right corner, the one by the black?
One.
Even though he's stretching awkwardly, sticking with the left-hander.
7.
Yeah, and it favoured a right-handed player, the pink, didn't it?
Eight.
So, another chance. Unfortunate to get it. Guoqiang missed that red to the corner. Should have been him with these points. Cannoned the wrong red. Led to miss that red
15.
he made contact with and go into the pack of reds.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 15.
No chance to try and get in behind the brown here. Good pace. Now, just got to be careful here. So easy to get the double kiss. He's seen that problem. Doesn't want to come past the reds.
O'Sullivan ceded to the last 64 of the English Open. Not so. Yeah, He Guoqiang had to come through a qualifier, did so 4-3 against Wang Yuchen of Hong Kong, making a 61 break in the decider. And that was a repeat of the scoreline when they met in the Asia-Oceania qualifying school in Bangkok last year. He Guoqiang was 3-1 down, won 4-3, and that's how he gained his place on the tour to take on giants of the game, like the Rocket.
Yeah, caught it much too thick, having to just swerve round the yellow slightly. And again, it could have been worse. There is a red that will chip into that corner pocket. Thin cut. Difficult to control the cue ball, but all important that he doesn't leave the red on if he misses it. Good pot. Needs a big bounce to be on the brown, and that will do. So, Guoqiang with a good chance. That cue ball travelling on, and he's okay.
He's a good scorer, even as an amateur. He made waves by making a 147 in the World Under-21 Championship of 2018. As I said in the first frame, O'Sullivan has to keep him out. If he doesn't, he could be in big trouble.
Yeah, I think Ronnie's got to start scoring, though, when he gets his chances. At the moment,
12.
He's not taking advantage of his chances. Could play for the black, but black spot not available. It is now.
A better start to report for John Higgins,
20.
one of O'Sullivan's great rivals and contemporaries. First frame from Andrew Higginson. Underway.
Twenty-one.
was a good little kiss to leave himself on this red to the middle.
29. $35. 36.
When He Guoqiang Sullivan 3-0 in the Championship League earlier this season. It was in the first group stage. Shouldn't write too much into that because O'Sullivan wasn't
42.
right, obviously. It was right at the start of the campaign and he wasn't fully invested in the match, it seemed to me, but He made breaks of 80, 57
43.
and 77.
Well, I said right at the end, Phil, that he didn't appear to have any fear of Ronnie O'Sullivan taking the game to him. Played some good safety, forced the mistake. And certainly, so far, capitalising on it.
49.
34 points to lead and enough loose reds to win the frame this visit. He's had some very good wins. Beaten the world champion, Karen Wilson.
50.
Barry Hawkins, as Phil said. Ryan Day, Simon Bafai and Mark Williams are among his victims.
Yeah, currently
57.
sits at 64th in the world rankings, and that's a real achievement considering he's only got one season's points plus a few tournaments to start the new campaign. So no points at all coming off his total.
58.
He's just adding to it all the time.
Well, I like the way he gets on with it. He plays good safety and doesn't avoid the shots. Goes for his shots and plays them
65.
very confidently.
$66.
Yeah, and applause for frame ball. Made absolutely sure of that, rather than playing a little stun shot for the blue. In fact, he can tie Ronnie O'Sullivan.
$71.
Delightful little cannon.
Yeah, the late grip on the cloth to avoid the pink.
$72.
And still going. Overscrewed that one again. He's certainly getting hold of the cue ball when he plays those screw shots. Good break.
78.
On him the frame.
And the second frame.
Very good break indeed. Ronnie O'Sullivan finds himself 2-0 down against a very confident opponent. Well, in the first frame, it was all about the end game of He Guoqiang. In that frame, Joe, it was some break-building excellence.
Yeah, and some good safety, you've got to say. I mean, again, he put Ronnie in a little bit of trouble here. And when Ronnie tried to play the swerve shot round the yellow, you can just see him trying to bend the cue ball, but he didn't bend it enough and left a half chance, red to the left pocket. And that's all Guoqiang needed. Good pot to the corner. Nice bounce off the baulk cushion to leave himself nicely on the brown. And that started things. The frame winning 78 break. A little fortunate maybe to land on that red. Don't think he played for that one. But that was a lovely little cannon he played there, and that he needed the blue, and it was a thin cut to the middle.
So there it is, 2-0 on the main table. What about the other three? Well, John Higgins, as we told you, leads 1-0 against Andrew Higginson, still in the very early stages of the second frame there. We've talked about his chase for 1,000 centuries. It's also vitally important for Higgins to win some matches here to remain in the top 16. Not been outside the top 16 for one moment since 1995, but he comes into this event stationed exactly 16th in the rankings, with players trying to knock him out of the elite. As for table 3, well, He Guoqiang did not pot a ball in the first frame, but he made a 76 break in the second to draw level with Anthony McGill at 1-1. And then on table 4, the second frame, as you can see, very much up for grabs. Jamie Jones with a 14-point lead, and the pink very much safe. Has to be favourite to take a 2-0 lead, but there's a difference between favourite and certainty. As always, we will keep you right up to date with the scores of this evening's 6 matches. Ronnie O'Sullivan always in the spotlight every time he plays, whether it's
the third frame
right close to home, i.e. in Brentwood, or thousands of miles away. The crowds always turn up. He is the centre of attention, the ultimate box office attraction. Tonight, though, not with it yet.
What about that for a shot? Right in the heart. Not the best angle on the black to bring more reds into play, but he could force that cue ball into them. Yeah, the bend didn't happen soon enough. Needed to play it with just a touch of stun.
But Joe, he's no shrinking violet, is he? He believes he should be out there competing with the very best. No imposter syndrome with him.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at the star of the future, for sure.
8. Foul.
Oh, that black close, and
7.
in it drops. Won't be too concerned with knocking the black in. More concerned with what is left. Because once again, safety just not good enough.
I think it's important for Guoqiang to maintain balance in his game. Obviously, don't go away from playing his normal, natural attacking shots, but not be reckless. The one thing he doesn't want to do is allow O'Sullivan to build up a head of steam.
Well, it was a very risky red he took on. Difficult to miss the reds with the cue ball. And having caught them, he was entitled to leave something on. He Guoqiang.
Two or three members of the audience saying, "Come on, Ronnie." Taking on a red there would have been unwise, to say the least.
Now red's going close to the pocket. That's all it is, close, but I think he's managed to cover it. So that attempted pot swerve round the red has given Guoqiang a good chance here.
Yep.
Seasoned O'Sullivan watchers will know that regardless of the score, just the way things have gone, he looks to me highly susceptible to defeat.
Well, this time he didn't get enough screw on the cue ball.
One.
And that could be a let-off for Ronnie O'Sullivan. There's nothing easy here. And he'll want to keep Ronnie O'Sullivan quiet. Won't want to give him an easy chance. Now that's a great recovery shot. Had to go in. Look what it was.
5.
What a good shot that was. Into a blind pocket as well.
And Joe, a psychological triumph, because after you've played a poor positional shot, to knock in a
6.
ball like that with so much risk attached, terrific.
No fear. That's what we said right at the very beginning. Taking the game to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Eight.
far from being straightforward as yet. Still got that bunch of reds to contend with.
Nine. Thirteen. 14.
Yeah, just a little shorter pace.
18.
Needed to come another, well, 15, 16 inches. But can still get onto the black or pink from this red. Just a little bit more difficult.
19.
That's the red he was looking at to see if it would go to this right corner. If it does go, he can nudge more reds out. Doesn't have to hit them hard, just give them a little nudge, maybe stay on the pink, black. Oh, this time no choice but to give them a nudge. Could all be on this shot. Now, is he on one? It's a great split, but I don't think he's on an easy red. On one to the ball corner.
Badly timed burst of applause there did not shatter his concentration. Maybe one really good pot away from 3-0.
And that a brave pot, because again, a red on to the left corner, had him it. What a good pot that was. And he knows now this frame is about to slip away from him. Terrific pot to the corner. But not ideal on this red. Should pot it. Would have liked to have been a little straighter. Now, can he just play a little cannon to the red above the black? Leave himself on the red to the opposite corner. Nicely played. And that should be the winning shot. Needs another red and a big colour.
What a performance of poise from a youngster. Only a handful of tournaments into his second season on the professional tour.
Well, that will do nicely. Snooker's required.
I was looking at the odds for this match today, Joe. What I saw is that He Guoqiang, and bear in mind, obviously a two-horse race, was available at a little over 4-1. Those odds look very generous now.
$62. 63. $70. 71.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to make a century where the red is and the green, blue. On the wrong side of the pink.
77.
Playing mostly left-handed, Ronnie O'Sullivan has been left on 0. Frame away from defeat because Guoqiang is 3-0 up.
May I ask you to remain quietly, please?
For someone so inexperienced, I think this has been a revelation of a performance. OK, O'Sullivan's not playing anywhere near his best. That is quite clear. But in front of this large crowd, He Guoqiang, Joe, looks completely at home.
Yeah, he has had the run of the ball, you've got to say, because he's left a red over the pocket there, but managed to cover it. O'Sullivan trying to swerve round the brown. But look at this brown for a shot. What a confident shot that was. And it was very difficult, I can tell you. The thin brown to the middle. Here's the winning shot, taking the pink to the middle. And he wasn't left with an easy red. He knocked this red into the yellow pocket. What a shot this was. And he was leaving reds on had he missed that. Very, very brave shot. Another nice little cannon here in pot in the black. And when he played this next shot, he knocked another red in at the same time, and that sealed Ronnie O'Sullivan's fate.
You know, generally speaking, it's not been a good day for the famed class of 1992. Mark Williams using a new cue, and I'm afraid it was a very poor performance by his standards, losing 4-1 to Ben Williston, who didn't set the world alight himself. Neil Robertson finished off with a century to beat Jackson Page 4-1. That sets up a mouth-watering clash tomorrow against Sean Murphy. Stephen Maguire beating Bulshu Revesh of Hungary by whitewash. Maguire awaits the winner of He Guoqiang or Ronnie O'Sullivan. Barry Hawkins did well to come back from 2-0 down and beat Jimmy Robertson 4-2. Mark Allen was 3-2 down, relieved to beat Long Zihuang. It was a really good performance in many respects from Matt Selt. A couple of big breaks and a nerve-held decider. Gary Wilson this morning lost to Ross Muir. Great result for the Scot. Let's just take a look over on table 3, where Anthony McGill is 2-1 up on He Guoqiang. McGill making a 54 break in dominating the third frame, and he's in nicely in the next. Jamie Jones he'll be delighted with his start against Zhou Yulong. 2-0 up and heading towards 3-0 maybe.
Thank you.
When Ronnie O'Sullivan's involved, you think
He
a
Guoqiang.
3-0 scoreline, well, it's quite common. Yes, it is, but not for the great man to be 3-0 down. And he could be 4-0 the way that He Guoqiang is performing here with aplomb.
I think he may have had a little bit of good fortune there, Ronnie O'Sullivan. He'd left the red to the baulk corner till that red came back down the table and covered it. That red doesn't go, but the other one certainly would. Not even close. And he knew he was leaving that red to the right corner.
Joey just had a shot there of the capacity crowd here. They've all come to see Ronnie O'Sullivan and they haven't seen the real O'Sullivan yet. Not in any way, shape or form.
1.
Well, I can't. Ronnie O'Sullivan was trying to make something happen, taking on that difficult red. He knew he was only leaving 2 reds out. But sometimes that's all you need. Man needs to leave an angle on a colour here to be able to open those reds up. Could be one of the baulk colours or the blue.
6.
No, chose the blue, but hasn't really come far enough. It's still on, but a lot more difficult from there. Oh, that's a terrific shot. And there was no hesitation whatsoever in taking that difficult blue on.
We've seen evidence of the way he cleanly hits the ball already tonight, and that shot was made for He Guoqiang. Gets it to grip easily.
Yeah, O'Sullivan could do with an easy starter. He's got a chance at this red to the left corner. As we just look at this missed pot again from Guoqiang. This isn't easy by any means. When you've been frozen out so long, those are very difficult.
1.
Ball has just run on that little bit too far. Comfort.
This is the O'Sullivan magic. Of course, you look at the scoreboard and he's close to defeat. But if he gets on an inspired burst, he could be 45 minutes away from winning.
Little switch to right-handed.
$11. 12.
He could go into the pack of reds, but still got another couple of reds he could play for.
$17.
And taking this red, it frees the black into the right corner.
18.
Few shots on the trot, right-handed. I think that's a good sign.
$26.
Yeah, just overscrewed it. So he's going to need a special one here. Yeah, good recovery. And nicely on the red to the middle.
33.
Makes it look so easy. That was a difficult shot.
34. $41. 42. $49. 50.
$44 the lead.
55.
Still needs a couple of reds.
56.
Oh, and he's missed the black.
Ronnie
He only
O'Sullivan,
needed that
56.
black and one more red.
Missed it left-handed, Joe.
Tried to bring that red into play near the left side cushion. So not an easy table to make the clearance from. He Guoqiang. It's safe. Red near that left side cushion. Two reds close together. Oh, he's unfortunate. He's got the cannon to the two reds, but he's not on one.
8.
And he's pushed one safe.
He Guoqiang, 8.
Not the most telling safety, was it?
Now his safety players let him down this evening, O'Sullivan. This looks pretty good. Pleased to see a red go near the cushion, Sullivan. Well, red and a blue.
One.
And Guoqiang can only tie. And with that red close to the pocket, you would feel Sullivan's going to get his name on the board.
6. 7.
The words Ronnie O'Sullivan and whitewashed very rarely go together, and they won't this evening.
Oh,
what a shot. What a shot. He's getting his eye in. Crowd liking it.
22. 24.
He's so mercurial, O'Sullivan. There's not one person in this arena
27.
who's dismissing his chances of victory.
31. 36. 42. And the frame.
That was much more like it from the darling of the crowd here at the Brentwood Centre. A break of 56, then a mini clearance to follow. O'Sullivan's on the board.
And please keep the noise down there. The match is on. Thank you.
So has that planted a seed of doubt in the mind of Guoqiang?
Well, that was a chance for him to win 4-0. He'd been playing so well up until that point. Good opening red after being left out cold for so long. And the blue to follow wasn't easy. Another very good shot with the rest. And just starting to see the ball a little bit. Overscrewing the red to the middle, but he didn't dodge the shot here, going into the reds from the black, and left himself on the red nicely to the middle. This was surprising because he only needed the black and that red near the pink spot, and he'd have liked to have carried on into the next frame full of fire. But Guoqiang made him fight for that frame. And that was his final shot. Nice shot down the cushion. He wouldn't have gone for that had he needed it.
And when the frame was under lock and key, O'Sullivan provided plenty of entertainment for this full house. Some terrific pots. As for the scores on the other tables, well, Jamie Jones having a really good night. He's 3-0 up on He Guoqiang. Andrew Higginson, pull level against John Higgins on table 2 with a break of 66. The third frame, that's clearly in the balance. On table 3, He Guoqiang 3-1 down to Anthony McGill, trying to start a revival. McGill, though, in the fourth frame, played brilliantly, made 140 total clearance. Over on table 2 this evening, Andrew Higginson is taking on John Higgins. I well recall the German Masters. It was 12 years ago. Higginson was 4-0 up on O'Sullivan in the first round at the Tempodrome in Berlin. O'Sullivan came back to win 5-4, won the tournament and went on a golden run of form. So if he can come back from 4-0 down against Higginson, he can come back from 3-0 down against He Guoqiang. I must say, though, Joe, I wish he would play a few more shots right-handed.
Yeah, but what a talent to be able to use both hands like that. Yeah, didn't manage to cover that red. And Guoqiang just knocked it in as though it was easy. He didn't play it as a shot to nothing. Cue ball back to the baulk cushion, but played for one of the baulk colours. Now, will he decide to try and go into the reds? Now there is one that will go.
5.
Not an easy pack to go into from the black. Is there a plant there as well? Just had a look at it, but the balls are 2 or 3 inches apart. Well, you can't hold for the plant from there, but you might be able to go into the pack of reds. Pink may go onto its spot. Yeah, great shot. Power used to get into the pack of reds. What a shot. Worth another look. And I think he's on that red to the left corner.
Joe, in terms of retaining accuracy when he's playing with extreme power, I think He Guoqiang is already one of the very best in the world.
And can only get better.
12.
Just 23 years of age. So lots of time. And the more top players he plays, of course, the better he's going to get. Now, he could go into this pack of reds again from the blue. Well, I don't think the blue will go to the middle, so got to play the green.
16. Seventeen. 22.
Again, still got a couple of reds he could play for. Doesn't need to go into the pack of reds yet. But it just depends how he's feeling.
Joe mentioned it earlier.
28.
Last season, as a rookie, he beat the likes of Barry Hawkins, Kyron Wilson, Mark Williams. But in terms of boosting your profile, there's no bigger scalp than overcoming Ronnie O'Sullivan in a world ranking event live on TV. Hit that quite gently, Joe, but even then, the side took.
Yeah, lots of left-hand side on the cue ball to leave himself nicely on this red. Now, he has to leave an angle here to possibly go into the pack of reds.
35.
Preferred to leave himself low. And he's on one. He's on one to the middle or the corner.
42, yeah.
When he gets into a position like this, he never gives the impression that he's racing, that he's becoming overly excited with what he's potentially about to achieve. Having the presence of mind to step away, having the cue ball cleaned. The task of getting over the line will not be daunting.
43.
But this next pot could be.
Yeah, that didn't go according to plan. You wanted to be straighter on this black. So a real pressure shot this, and especially with the rest. All the balls are there. You could have tucked the red to the right middle. Too high. So shouts have come on, Ronnie. Is that cue ball going to hold up for the red?
Young, 43.
He's covered the easy red. And a bit of luck just when he needed it. So close. So close.
1,000 people groaned simultaneously.
But look at the way he played it. Phil, look where the cue ball is. Hasn't left anything on. Could only leave the red that he was playing. It's a very clever shot he's played. Could have probably won the frame had it gone in. And that was some distance away. I think that little kiss on the red there stopped the only red that would go. So forced into playing the safety again. Definitely getting the run in. Guoqiang. And he missed the black. He could so easily have left the red over the middle pocket. Yeah, great shot. That cue ball needs to stop before the baulk line.
1.
Not ideal on the yellow. Yeah, that's a good shot. And bringing that red off the cushion certainly helps. Oh, that's not the best kiss in the world. Full ball kiss on the red. Now what? Oh, brilliant. Right in the middle of the... That went, otherwise it was game over.
9. Ten.
In off the black. Well, you could say it's due a little bit of luck.
For the entirety of his professional career, which is now 32 years and counting, O'Sullivan's ability to knock in that recovery blue off its spot to a baulk pocket.
15.
He's unmatched. What a shot that was.
16.
He's still got the problem of those two reds just below the pink. But if he can leave an angle on this next red just to disturb them slightly. Oh, well, he's got the angle to disturb them, but he just
23.
wanted to be a little bit straighter as we look at this brilliant blue again. Yep, another great shot. And again, not ideal on the blue. Well, but just knocks it in as though it's easy. Now this red next to the pink, I think it will pop 29. To the left middle. We'll soon find out. If not, it certainly goes to the baulk corner. Looks like it will go to the middle.
37. $38.
Such cue power. So he needs down to the blue.
47.
Guoqiang has had his chances in this frame, for sure.
50. 54.
This is frame ball. Not a formality, though.
59.
Oh, he wants this pink in and straight on with the next frame. And it's not there,
Ronnie
so he's going to
O'Sullivan.
have to wait.
59.
A small percentage of frames are won by a player who needs one snooker with pink and black left on the table. But it occasionally crops up.
The thing is that he would have liked to have got on with the next frame, and he's going to do.
Frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
This crowd being whipped up into a Tuesday night fever. As for Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's staying alive. It's 3-2. Well, Joe, I don't think He Guoqiang would agree, but that was a cracking frame from our perspective.
Yeah, and it's showing Ronnie's fighting abilities, isn't it? This is the shot that Guoqiang had and didn't quite get on the black as he intended. This thin cut on the black was a difficult pot, but he got away with that particular shot. But what a red knocking from Ronnie O'Sullivan, and the yellow from the balk line wasn't easy. When you're back to the wall, these are very difficult shots. But this blue, this recovery blue that he potted, it was either win or lose at that particular shot, and then the red going in off the black certainly helped. Another great shot with the rest. And again, didn't land ideally on the blue, but made it look easy. And just started knocking balls in for fun there.
And when you look back on that sequence of play, Joe, there are so many shots that might well have been O'Sullivan's last, not only in the frame, but in the match, and yet he knocked them in. Resilient. So these are the match stats. He's still below 90% in terms of pot success. But it's all about attitude, it's about fight, and it's about heart now. And I can see a full-scale O'Sullivan recovery from here. I really can. Whether He Guoqiang can shake off that missed chance in the previous frame remains to be seen. A slower match on table 2. John Higgins now leads by 2 frames to 1 against Andrew Higginson. And as you can see, has a chance here, although he comes to the table with a 28-point deficit. The matches on other tables are further advanced. It's been pretty good stuff over here. Anthony McGill and He Guoqiang. McGill led 3-1. Zhao, though, winning the 5th to keep the contest bubbling on. And as for table 4, it's 3-0 still to Jamie Jones over Zhou Yulong. A couple of reds left in frame 4. Ronnie O'Sullivan with a quizzical look on his face. He was 3-0 down, but he's pulled 2 frames out of the fire. Much improved over the last couple. Can he maintain that surge? The way this has gone isn't dissimilar to his defeat in the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. After beating Lei Pei Fan 5-1 and Zhang Anda 6-5, the latter from 3-0 and 5-4 down, he was 5-2 down to Si Zhaowei in the quarters. Played 2 lightning quick frames to make it only 5-4, but Si stood up to the pressure and made 82 in the next to get over the line with some style. can't do it to order, but what O'Sullivan needs is a replica of the way he played in the 2017 English Open when he won it. He was nothing short of brilliant.
Oh, where's this going to finish? And it could have been worse. Yes, there's a red to the middle, but difficult to get to a colour from it. Good pot. But faced with another one now. Oh, that's a super cut to the corner. And the cue ball held up for this red to the middle.
7.
Yes, as the white was going towards that side cushion, He Guoqiang was a little worried it might bounce too fiercely, but he's okay.
Well controlled with all that right-hand side on the cue ball to keep it away from the cushion. And now in with a great chance. He'd like to take this red that's closest to the right corner. That would free the black into that pocket.
$13.
And he can play on that red this time round. Now important.
21.
Correctly on the black to be able to play for that next red.
22.
Didn't want to be straight on this black. That wasn't the best positional shot. He can still screw back and play for the red to the left of the pink. But just a little careless there.
Again though, Joe, oodles of backspin. In fact, too much.
29.
Yeah, he keeps doing that, doesn't he? Getting too much into it. Now he's going to need the rest. And that's why I said he needed correct position on the black. It would have been simple that he had a little angle on the black. Awkward cue in this. Close to the brown, close to the blue. Marcel, I can't. Referee just keeping a close eye on things.
As you might have noticed there, the butt of the rest was extremely close to the brown.
Oh, that's a beauty. But the kiss, not. So Ronnie O'Sullivan to the table. And it could have been so different had he finished good position on the black from such an easy red to finish straight on the black, and that's what started with the problems.
He Guoqiang, 30.
I think it's a bit early to start putting the black safe. Doesn't need the black, can win with the pink and blue, O'Sullivan. Oh, right through the gap.
Just making contact with the brown did a useful job for He Guoqiang, holding the cue ball in bulk.
Yep, he knew as soon as he'd hit it that he was going to catch that red on the cushion. Oh, will he survive this? This is a great chance for Guoqiang.
1.
Yes, he was in to win in the previous frame. This time, he's doubly in to win.
7.
Yeah, there's nothing safe, is there? He's got the blue and pink to play with. He'd like the black on its spot now. He's pushed that safe.
8.
As I said earlier, he doesn't need the black. Pink will be enough.
14. 15.
It's been a pretty quick match. Just an hour and a half playing time. I think he's faring the worst. Well, that's not the best positional shot, you've got to say.
21.
51-point lead.
Let me quickly tell you, John Higgins, with a break of 90, has just taken a 3-1 lead over Andrew Higginson.
Thanks.
Nicely played. Good recovery. Very confidently.
Not mathematically, but effectively, this is frame and match ball. Into the heart of the pocket, Joe.
Yeah, there was no nerves on that shot, was there?
28.
If he was going to miss, it would have been with the rest and that particular pink. Can't see him missing now.
29.
And in the main, he's played exceptionally well. Took the game to Ronnie O'Sullivan right from the off. His very first shot was a long shot into the corner.
And this is what he's capable of doing, much like Long Zihuang, who we
35.
saw narrowly being beaten by Mark Allen this afternoon, 4-3. It's clear that He Guoqiang believes
36.
he's got the ability to be out there performing and beating. In this case, defeating Ronnie O'Sullivan. What a scalp.
42.
As his career progression continues to be extremely positive.
And the crowd being very fair, giving him a generous round of applause.
43.
Such a terrific win.
So 6 members of the top 16 will not be in the last 32.
49.
Jack Jones, Tom Ford, Gary Wilson, Ding Junhui, who didn't enter the tournament, Mark Williams, and the highest profile player to be beaten so far, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
50 to frame in the match.
The green mattered not. A smile for his conqueror. He Guoqiang delighted with that, and justifiably so. Thought he was very good indeed. In front of a packed crowd, he looked entirely comfortable, entirely at home. He defeats the local favourite, the local hero, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4-2.
Please keep the other matches in mind. Be as quietly as you can.
So, Joe, that was a joy to commentate on. So many twists and turns, and a young man coming of age.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Guoqiang, but my word, won't forget him in a hurry. He has had the run of the ball, that's for sure, covering that red over the pocket. But he hasn't dodged the shots, he's gone for his shots. And this brown, wow, what a shot this was to keep the break going. No fear. Potted some good balls with the rest, although he did miss an important black. But he's played an attacking game. Another great shot, that, opening the pack of reds, but this was a fantastic recovery shot because he was leaving reds on had he missed it. Another nice little cannon to leave himself on this red to the left corner. And things just happening nicely for Guoqiang. That certainly helped, the other red going in. And it blocked the pocket. O'Sullivan could have still won that frame. Well,
So
that
then
was
came
a
the
chance.
O'Sullivan revival, Joe.
Yeah, that was a chance, wasn't it? To finish off Ronnie 4-0. But Ronnie took full advantage of that missed red. It was a lease of life that he wasn't expecting. Another very good shot with the rest from O'Sullivan. Cue ball not landing favourably, but he got down and knocked the brown in. Overscrewed this red to the middle, but it didn't matter. He knocked the black in and went into the back of reds as well. Very attacking shot. This was a surprising miss on the black. Black off the spot, just needing one more red. And this jaw on the middle pocket there helps Ronnie win the frame.
So after that setback, you think, well, is He Guoqiang a little susceptible, a little vulnerable to a full-scale recovery? Trouble was, O'Sullivan wasn't knocking in those raking pots from distance.
Yeah, but Guoqiang was still knocking in difficult pots, and that was another one to middle pocket. But look at this pink. He's slotted into the corner, right in the heart of the pocket. And the cue ball just held up for the red to the middle. Another very good shot with the rest. And felt he had no choice but to push the black safe. His final shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan, he knew when he made contact with that red, it was all over. Guoqiang was not going to miss from there. And so it proved to be.
Yes, Joe. O'Sullivan decided to adopt southpaw snooker, and in the end he just didn't deliver enough blows. Welcome back to Brentwood, where the big news is Ronnie O'Sullivan is out, the most entertaining snooker player in the world. And talking about entertainment, look at this lineup at the weekend. The Laver Cup Tennis World Superbikes from Cremona, round 9 there, and climbing World Cup, the men's boulder semi-finals. Ronnie O'Sullivan not climbing up the world rankings. He's in danger of falling down them after that opening match defeat in this Bedvictor English Open. Here's Alan McManus.
And coming up, we have Luca Brecel, the 2023 world champion. He's gone AWOL a little bit since, and his ranking at the end of season under threat. So quite a big match coming up against the very experienced Anthony Hamilton. He's been on tour since 1991. Looking forward to this one. Luca Brecel against Anthony Hamilton is our next match. Now, Mark Allen earlier on was up against Long Zhihang. It was a bit of a thriller. Mark Allen certainly did not have things all his own way. So this is the scene here in Brentwood, and of course we've had victory for He Guoqiang there. John Higgins 3-1 up. He's made a 97 break, not quite enough on for a century because he needs 2 more for the 1,000. He's 3-1 up though against Andrew Higginson, so looking good to reach the next round. Jack Lazowski's use later on table 2. But next on table 1, it is a very interesting one between the veteran Anthony Hamilton and Luca Brissell, who needs ranking points badly. And before the match, Alan McManus caught up with both players, starting with the Belgian. Yeah, looking forward to it. The action will be underway in a couple of minutes' time. This is the stats between them. Hamilton leads the head-to-head 4-2, but they've not actually played each other for 3 years at the UK Championship 2021. But Hamilton 4-2 overall. And he's still very dangerous, Anthony Hamilton. He's kept his place on tour since 1991, not needed wildcards or Q-School or any of that. He's still going strong despite various health issues. And when he gets going, he can be a very heavy scorer as well. He also, because I think of those health issues, has slowed down quite a lot. That can be a challenge sometimes for more fluent players, and Luca Brissell is certainly that. He hasn't actually won a ranking event, Brissell, since the World Open in March last season. Now, he hasn't played every week since, but that is a fact. He's not won a match since then, so he'll be looking to put that right and really just get going. It's interesting, he said in the interview with Alan, that he's played every day since the World Championship. So, you know, it sounds like he has been putting the work in, but he's now looking to get the rewards from that. And this is not an easy starter. The winner will play Pang Zhengzhou, who actually beat Brissell in Riyadh recently at the Saudi Arabia Masters. So the last match on the main table here in Brentwood on this Tuesday at the English Open is Luca Brissell against Anthony Hamilton. Luca Brissell, he just catches the blue there, is the world number 7, but on the projected end-of-season list, and that basically is all the money coming off, including, of course, the $500,000 for winning the World Championship. He's 63rd, and you've got to be in the top 64 to stay on tour. There's a long way to go yet, but what it tells you is he needs to start getting results. As Anthony Hamilton knocks in the red. So these first rounds, Neil, because, of course, if you lose, you don't get ranking points for the seeded player. They are massive.
Yeah, and the players are coming into the tournaments later now, the higher-ranked players, than they have done in the most recent few years. So, as you say, if you don't get through some early rounds, you'd go away with no points. That was very significant in Saudi, where the prize money was so big, and the ranking points, but there weren't any if you lost in your opening match, which Luca did, as you heard in that interview. And he has been doing on a regular basis. And that was a surprising one. He tried to force it with the rest. I think the early frame and a half, perhaps, will be able to work out whether Luca's body language is good or not, because I don't think it has been all that good, quite honestly, in the matches I've seen. Might get a bit chipper when he sees those shots missed. Player I absolutely love watching. Really pleased to see him become world champion. But it has to be said that since he won the world championship, he's had a pretty dire run of form, let's be honest. But he was always a bit in and out before he became world champion. You know, good spells and spells where he went missing. Tough shot, this. There's not a player in the game that likes having to drop those in from the side cushion rail.
Yeah, not a shot you want at any time, but certainly early on when you're just trying to settle in what is a big match, as I say, seeded, so no points if he loses against a very experienced opponent here, Anthony Hamilton, now 53 years of age. We talk about the class of 92, and of course 2 of them have already gone out today, but he's from the class of 91. That's when he turned pro. That was the first year the game went open, so effectively if you could afford to turn professional, you could. And of course there was a wave of players who came in. The vast majority have long since gone. He's still here.
Well, it wasn't a clean pot, and because it went off the top jaw, I think he was meant to screw out of the bunch onto the black, but he's got buried in the pack of reds. You saw the red just wriggle. Now he's got a clear shot at a lot of colours, but none of them to pot. A lot of Anthony Hamilton's matches have become a bit of a grind recent years, as Dave pointed out. He's slowed down. He certainly has. And, you know, at times I've seen him going quite high on the average shot times, up to approaching 40 seconds. But it mightn't be that kind of match against Luca. It might be more open. Already into his third opportunity in this frame. Worried about that backhand just going into the green ball. Must admit, I've seen that done and done it myself, where you actually push a ball down the table with your back arm that you're worried about hitting. And one thing that he can do, Anthony Hamilton, is score. He's always been a prolific break builder. I'm not sure he's quite doing it as frequently now, but he certainly knows how to. Always near jaw, so pretty nervy start. 3 times in, and not a great deal to show for it for Hamilton. Well, this is quite a narrow pocket opening from there. Well played.
One.
I must admit, I really would enjoy seeing Luca get back into winning ways. He's someone that the game really needs to perform. He's young, he's from Belgium, something different he offers. Bit of a maverick performer. And he was sensational when he won the title. The only EU who's ever won a match there, can you believe? At the Crucible. Kind of sums him up really as a
6.
slightly in and out performer, but his best is very good.
Yeah, he's sort of feast or famine, isn't he? But it's interesting, you know, a lot of people who remain behind after the O'Sullivan match. They know this is an interesting one in its own right, this match.
Seven.
Slightly lost his way here. He won his 3 finals actually last season, Luca, but they were all non-ranking. Shanghai lost to O'Sullivan, Riyadh lost to O'Sullivan. He takes this brown on and gets it. And the mixed doubles he won with Ryan Evans, but none of those events garnered any points.
11.
So he actually earned, you know, £360,000, which is a good season, but didn't affect his ranking.
Well,
His greatest achievement for me, amongst all of the things that he's done, is not only being world champion, but to beat Mark Selby over 2 days in the final. He might have beaten O'Sullivan from a long way behind and CGRW, but to beat Selby in that sort of a match, it really takes some doing.
19.
He's a master of the long matches. Again, an awkward red to the middle to keep the break going. Yeah, felt like something had to give. You can't keep potting difficult balls without getting into position.
Well, an uncertain start here. John Higgins is nearly over the line against Andrew Higginson. In fact, you can hear the applause there. It looks like it's done. No centuries from Higgins, but of course he has a chance to make more against Dave Gilbert. The match is over. Huge cheer for a legend. It's interesting, we were talking about Mark Williams and Ronnie O'Sullivan, you know, maybe enjoying their snooker more than Higgins right now. They're both out. He'll be here tomorrow to play Dave Gilbert.
Three. Four.
Bit of a scramble for the bar, I think, but there is another match on actually after that Higgins match when they prep the table. Jack Lazowski, who people love watching, of course, against you, sir.
Just keep the noise down, please.
A little bit of, as Dave said, people just shuffling around, moving out, and some maybe. Can't afford this fourth opportunity, and amongst them to be squandered.
$17. 18. 20.
So there's been several chances on either side. Hamilton 17 in front here, looking to make the most of this one and just settle down tonight. He's already beaten Louis Heathcote in the tournament. That was in the previous round. And Louis had played really well actually in his first match.
I think you'd like to be able to run this through and get behind the red, but it would need to be maybe a fraction straighter. The angle might just take him off the cushion into the red, so the alternative is to stun straight directly down. Missing the so, yeah. And now you end up straight and a little bit further away from the red than he would want to be.
30.
Red and the black will be sufficient to leave Luca needing a snooker. But a red and a black from here is not easy, and he wanted to be closer to the red if possible. He's a particular sort of player, always has been. So the pot on the black was never going to happen. Now the snooker, which Luca will have to hit. Played it well because he only just reached, which means that there's not much space to get round off a cushion into the yellow. Well, but looks like a free ball. Looks like this frame's over, and a concession.
So yeah, not a vintage frame of snooker, but Anthony Hamilton has won it. He's off and running, leading 1-0. Yeah, he would have needed a snooker there, Brissell, so he could concede without... it would have been 28 in it, 27 on. So sometimes, obviously, you can get warned if you can still win, but technically, he couldn't. He had a few chances, but it didn't come to much.
It's not the kind of start to the evening he wanted, let's be honest. Not just losing the frame, but it was another frame a bit reminiscent of so many that we saw last season, where he did get the chances, but broke down quite quickly. Hamilton took a few invitations to win the frame, but in the end he got there. And, well, we're going to see what sort of a fighting resolve that the former world champion has got, because Hamilton will not make things easy for him. That was a difficult little snooker to get out of in the end, but it's 1-0 to the Sheriff.
So we can look back and what's been a busy day. Hussein Vafai, he had a couple of centuries there and another 90-odd, but still it was 4-3 against Matthew Stevens. Really good match. That Ross Muir, a big win for him over Gary Wilson. Not been that many upsets at this stage, but I guess that was one. Matt Selt, a couple of centuries, beat Ricky Walden 4-3. Mark Allen, as we know, battled through 4-3 against Long Zhihang. Barry Hawkins was 2-0 down, but beat Jimmy Robertson 4-2. Stephen Maguire beat Bolshku Reves 4-0. He'll play He Guoqiang now, who of course has beaten O'Sullivan. Ben Wollaston was certainly the better player in what wasn't the highest quality match with Mark Williams. Neil Robertson beat Jackson Page 4-1, so he'll play Sean Murphy tomorrow night. And John Higgins, you heard the big cheer for him. No centuries from Higgins, of course. He needs 2 to get to 1,000, but has a chance maybe tomorrow because he's beaten Andrew Higginson 4-1. On tomorrow, we've got an all-Leicester affair first up at 10 local time. Mark Selby against Joe O'Connor. And then on the main table at 1 o'clock UK time is Judd Trump against a local man, Matt Selt from Romford. And then it's the world champion, Karen Wilson, against Anthony McGill. I think we remember a match they played at the Crucible semis in 2020, that extraordinary day of snooker, that extraordinary decider. I'm sure that will be mentioned more than once tomorrow when they play again. So looking forward to those matches. We'll confirm the evening order of play for you later.
Thank you. Second frame. Anthony Hamilton.
So Anthony Hamilton leads 1-0. I guess one of the questions tonight is how prepared is Brissell to really dig in here? We've seen a few matches with players who, you know, have struggled but managed to get the results, and that's what he needs to do if his best form isn't there, is try and find something. It was a tournament this season he had to qualify for, the Jean Grand Prix in Leicester, and he was on in the afternoon. He chose to leave Belgium first thing in the morning. He thought he'd left enough time, but in fact he didn't get to the venue in time, so had to forfeit the match. So that wasn't the most promising sort of start to things. Lost to Dwayne Jones in Wuhan Open qualifying. In Shanghai lost to Si Jiahui, and Pang Junxu beat him in his first match in Saudi, so he's not won a match yet this season.
Yeah, I mean, I know Luca likes to commute and not waste time being idle and spending time just travelling or getting anywhere early, but surely starting the day in Belgium, trying to get to the Midlands in the UK, you're likely to run into some traffic, so maybe to go the night before would be the answer. If he doesn't want to, then he's ended up going all that way and not getting there at all and playing. Playing off the cushion. The line was right, it was not hit hard enough.
It's touching balls.
The other thing that Anthony Hamilton doesn't do is end up on the match table as often as he used to. A lot of his matches played on a slightly outside table these days, and you end up under the spotlight and can become a little bit nervous, having not really experienced it for so many years. It's a match that he feels no doubt that he's got a good chance of winning. Did play his chances down, but I'm sure deep down he feels he's got a chance. And he's getting chances. Another one here.
Yeah, Brissell trying to open things up, get the balls into play, which is fine, but obviously he's left one on, is the problem.
326 career centuries for Anthony Hamilton. You know, he knows how to score.
It's quite funny in a way that Anthony has become a sort of elder statesman of the game, because he's always, anyone who knows him will testify, he's a very irreverent character. It's not a role that he would choose for himself, but you know, all the years on tour, obviously older than most of the other pros now. That's what he is. He's always quite blunt in his sort of assessments of his own limitations, but also still very much puts the work in and very much enjoys being part of the World Snooker Tour. We remember, of course, that wonderful night in Berlin in 2017 when he won the German Masters. 26 years into his professional career to win his first ranking title was very special for him. He had his parents there as well, which made it even more special.
Five.
Chance to screw into the reds here. And there you are. He still got the attacking intent. There were reds out and open play, but it was a natural to go into them.
12.
It's a really good shot. What a chance. Still got that grained cue action because he was coached as a very young junior player by one of the great coaches, no longer with us, Frank Callan, who was overseeing John Parrott's game, Stephen Hendry, Terry Griffiths, a lot of terrific players. Of course, Doug Mountjoy, and great fame with that. But that cue action is very much a Callan cue action, pumping the cue through on every shot. And he's just gone too far, I think, this time. If anything, he's got too much on that.
20.
They'd be annoyed.
Anthony Hamilton, 20.
He's getting some polite applause, but he having got himself into the reds and opening them up, he'll be annoyed not to have made much out of it.
Yeah, I think the applause might have been for the the players coming out for the other table. As Luca Purcell, well, he deserves applause for that one. What a pot!
1.
This is what he's like, and, you know, when he's good, he can unleash hell, can't he, with some of his long potting. Fantastic shot. Problem is, they haven't been going in the last few months. Worked out well, hasn't it? I made that point earlier, actually, this afternoon when we were speaking about tonight's matches, and you know, a lot of people were critical of Luca for the way he, that 9-all against David Gilbert, that deciding frame. Only wanted one snooker. He didn't want to come back to the table, and he got that far, but he wouldn't try and get
6.
the snooker. He just wanted it out of there. It kind of didn't look great, really, for him because he battled so hard the year before to just give it away without even trying to get the snooker. More often than not, of course, you won't get it, but very occasionally it will be a turnaround in a frame in a match. But you're not going to turn it around if you just concede.
The funny thing is, he seemed almost relieved to be sort of free of the shackles
13.
of that whole World Championship experience. Obviously, he was delighted to win it, and he enjoyed himself, but there was a lot of pressure on. Of course, the curse and all that Karen Wilson will be thinking about next year.
14.
He was a long way in front in that match. I don't really know how he lost it, quite honestly, against Gilbert. Gilbert went on to play some great snooker, but really, Luca should have won that match.
Well, he's got a chance to at least win this frame and just try and put something together this season and get on a run. There's enough tournaments to put it all right. One good week will do that.
22.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens this week, I predict the UK Championship is where we'll see him at his best, as we have in previous years.
Unless he draws Ding, who also always seems to play great there for some reason, because he's not in this event.
29.
Yeah, I don't quite know why that is. But, he's in the British Open next week, I noticed. So it's just a one-off, maybe just a bit of time away from the game.
Well, he's got a handy little kiss. This is promising, and if he does start playing well again, then as sport, people like watching him.
$35.
Well, one thing that's
36.
pretty obvious is that you cannot, over 2.5 weeks, win the World Championship without having what it takes. You know, he didn't fluke that. He beat all the top players in a very spectacular style. So he's got it. Just want to see it again. And This is a bit more like it so far, this frame.
43. Four.
Not a good shot. Hubel should have been out in open play a little more than that. Plays the red to the middle is difficult. If he plays the red that he might have played on bottom one of the three, he's clattering into other balls, so he's playing the red to middle instead. Oh, goodness me, he played the doubles.
50.
That wasn't on my list of shots.
Absolutely flew in as well, didn't it? 100 miles an hour. The Belgian bullet.
7. $58.
The cannon was a little bit too much of the first red that he hit. Didn't glance off it, he hit it quite firmly. So that'll disappoint him. It looked very promising, but the break is over.
Brazil 58.
We did have, by the way, victory as well for Anthony McGill. He'll play Karen Wilson tomorrow. Beat He Guoqiang 4-2. And he's been in the doldrum of McGill as well. He's sort of gone off the radar a little, so good to see him tomorrow, renewing that rivalry with Kyron.
Yeah, playing safe, but just bringing the red that was on a cushion out into open play. It's only the pink, of course, now that would cause him a problem in clearing up. That's not a bad little knuckle of the corner pocket. Seems to have snookered Hamilton on all three reds. a dreadful shot that is. I mean, really. Got the red. Didn't leave bulk, and he actually knocked the safe pink ball out. I mean, how could it have gone any worse for Brissell? All of a sudden, he's opened the door a little bit here for a chance for Hamilton. Strange, very strange shot from Brissell. I mean, one thing, it's all right for your opponent to get safe balls in play, but if you're in front, you don't do it yourself. He was glued to the side cushion. He's looked at the green. If he can screw in behind the two reds, he could well be in business here. But it's not an easy shot to play. I think his problem, he knew that the blue might be in the line, but he's still on the two reds. The blue hasn't been pushed safe.
4.
Well, Brissell nicely on 58, and he had the pink safe and was a favourite to win the frame, but must be concerned now.
$12. 13.
See Lazowski absolutely hammering them in on the next table. He's going to be 1-0 up there against Schuster.
Any good news here for the Belgian bullet, seeing his chair, is that Hamilton will need pink and black at the other end of the table to each other.
22.
So it's not as if he just has to get in behind the pink and roll it in. He's got to get all the way down for the black, so this could considerably go wrong here. Be a bad frame for Brissell to lose and a real boost for Hamilton to win it. I get the feeling the next shot is the key. If you can get position on the blue with a shot to get on the pink, it could be on. Not really it.
29.
This is a difficult pot and a very awkward positional shot to follow. He had a feeling he wasn't going to play that in the end. He ideally would love to have done, but he's just applied some pressure of a different kind by playing safe.
Foul.
Well, that has changed a lot. That now means it's a different story. Hamilton will need only blue and pink, cue ball in hand. He's now a very big favourite to win the frame. Slightly acute angle to this middle, and he's got to force it, so that's the only way you could feel it could go wrong.
Five.
Well, like I say, Brissell was bossing this frame big time. Did not put it away, though. And Anthony Hamilton makes a great steal. Already feels a big frame. Hamilton leading 2-0.
Quiet, please.
And the next frame, if he goes 3-0 down, then again it's going to be a lot of pressure on Brissell, trying to win first match since March in a ranking event. This was a terrific pot. I mean, he's looked really confident. You know he's going to go for his shots, and that was a fantastic red. This is where it went wrong, though.
Yeah, he just made the wrong contact on the middle red there. That was I mean, it was a dreadful shot. I mean, it really was, just the way he played it, the result. Okay, Hamilton didn't get the frame one there, but it ended up a gift with the in off in the middle. He felt he would clear these, but just things got a little bit too much for Hamilton in the attempt to clear up with the blue away from its spot. Complicated matters. He was a bit straight on the brown before. Everything conspired for him not to clear. But I'm sure his eyes lit up when the chance eventually came to put the cue ball in the D and knock the blue in the middle. This was where it all ended badly. I mean, the last two shots of Brissell's, goodness me. Things really aren't happening for the Belgian bullet, are they? He's not lost this match, but it's not a great start to it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a test already, I think. We'll see what happens in frame 3 shortly. There's one other match on. Jack Lisowski already 1-0 up here against Hughes, as ever, getting a lot of support. People love watching him, and they'd love him to win a tournament, of course. But this is a tough one. Hughes has had some good results himself of late. Lisowski lost pretty heavily to Judd Trump in Riyadh, 6-1. Can watch this, of course, on Discovery Plus. Now, we showed you the daytime order of play earlier for tomorrow. We can confirm the night matches. Mark Allen, of course, has lost his #1 spot, but still going strong here. He'll play Liu Haishan. And, well, what a blockbuster to end the night there. Sean Murphy and Neil Robertson. A lot of silverware between those two. A lot of great matches. They played against each other. They played a Masters final, various other matches as well. All happens here tomorrow night. Well, Luca Brissell with a little bit to look back on in that second frame. He seemed to be in control of it, but ended up losing it on the pink to Anthony Hamilton, who already leads 2-0. And just a reminder again, it's worth saying, Brissell is seeded into this round, so if he doesn't win tonight, he gets no ranking points for them. On the end of season provisional list is 63. That won't come into effect until May, but you don't want to be going into every tournament being reminded of that. Anthony Hamilton, of course, he's trying to keep his tour card for yet another year, having turned pro 91. He's 58 now in the world rankings. Hamilton has not qualified for the British Open, but will be in Wuhan, which is a big event in China coming up first week of October.
mean, is the plant on here as well? That would be a little unfortunate from what was a sort of bog standard containing shot that Roussel played. He's not quite on, but with the cue ball down the table, it could be made into a plant.
Oh.
And he got nowhere near it, and that was not good. It's handy for him that the red has not ended up in the middle of the table somewhere, because ball in hand in the D is not much of a benefit with the red across this side of the green as it finishes. So he's got to start again, Luca. Very promising frame too, but didn't win it, crucially. He's not doing all the things he was doing the season before very well. You know, he's got a good tactical game, but even though it doesn't always appear that way. You know, he's attacking, but he can play the other sort of game. But that's the side of his game that seems to have deserted him for now. Played that well.
8. Nine.
Of course, the other thing about him is he's very fluent and a quick player. He can rattle off frames in no time when he's playing well.
Yeah, the last time they met was the UK Championship 2021, and of course Roussel did get to the
14.
final. And he won a semi-final against Karen Wilson there that was just a fabulous match. Of course, he lost in the final, but then
15.
Open, which it was played in Wales, that's a side issue. But he went straight there the next day and, you know, held his head up, won that in the final. So you're never quite sure when he's going to come good. You just hope it'll happen at some point.
22.
It's happening, by the way, for on the other table. He's 2-0 up already. That match has not been going very long.
Well, a red like this is similar to the one that he doubled into the right middle earlier on, rather than play it into the obvious pocket, the opposite middle pocket. He's done the same thing.
31.
Didn't seem a very obvious double. I'm sure it's easier to pot in the left middle, isn't it? Thunderous double, though. Funny, isn't it? You picked up, Dave, on the fact that he's Aces of World Championships, because I did hear almost word for word Neil Robertson saying that.
39.
Very hard after the World Championship is over to start getting the cue out with all the months leading up to the season, but I'm not disputing the fact that he did it, if he says he did. This looks a bit rusty, you know, as if he's not quite in the thick of it out there, losing all these matches. Of course he wouldn't be. That's a fantastic ball, though, goodness me, always has.
Yeah, he's kind of spellbinding, really, to watch him. And when it all comes together, of course, he looks absolutely unbeatable. A nice lead, but of course he had one in the last frame.
Now, I'd probably play the black here, just arc the cue ball into the half a dozen reds. Doesn't want to hit it too hard and miss it on the right side and arc round with the bulk. I thought he played it quite well without any luck. Although the harder you hit it, the less chance of hitting the red.
60.
What's he seen here? Goodness, a plant. Oh, he's played the double. I mean, it just isn't the right shot if he's played that.
60.
You've got to call it quits sometimes. That break had to end. That can't be the right shot.
Plenty still on here. Still 7 reds on. And they're kind of all out in the open as well. It's the thing, it's not always about the lead, it's where the balls are. There's nothing on cushions. Colours all available.
Well, Hamilton, with all his experience, will know that while he's 64 behind, where the balls are, you know, he could easily still win this frame if the chance comes next for him. Especially after what happened in the previous. Be taking the cue ball in behind the black. He might be going for the red at the same time up the table. Didn't get either part of the shot. Well, that was the chance that he was hoping for. Didn't get past the first red.
Foul. I think Hamilton
Well,
full.
he's very annoyed. I mean, I suppose he has taken 4 points off the table, in theory, but even so, that was a chance to get the frame one.
He nearly went to get this out of the pocket there and not allow it in, and we've seen that before where referees take a very dim view of that, but he chose to let it drop in. Yeah, the frame again is not over when it seemed like it should be. I don't know if there's going to be another twist. I wouldn't completely rule it out.
A lot could depend on this shot. Chance then, he's in.
Played that really well. He played it with lots of left-hand checked side to avoid the pink and the reds. Yes, he's taking a low-value colour here. He can't afford too many more of those. Needs the points. Can just about afford to take the yellow here. Still, I mean, 67 on, but with the black where it is, you have to pot that at some point, I feel, in the next 5 reds.
Hamilton.
Yeah, never quite there. At last, Purcell surely will get the frame one this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken some winning. He did have the 60 break earlier. Purcell's played a very open game. It did cost him in the last frame, but it would seem not in this one. Needs a colour in here. Should be on the scoreboard. Say that, but Hamilton surely going to play on.
6.
Well, he's looking at the possibility of a plant to the left corner. Ball could finish anywhere here. Tensional pockets.
Well, this is the danger. I mean, he came close to going off, actually. You could have knocked another ball in, but none of that happened.
One. Eight.
So Hamilton looking to use his vast experience here. He's certainly from a generation that is not in the mood to give you anything. He's going to make Purcell work for this frame still.
Well, interestingly, it looks as if you're going to try and get the snooker with 2 reds left. Most of the time, players will take it down to 1 red.
Hamilton. 6.
I mean, the free ball option is less likely with 2 reds, clearly. And he should have hit this. I mean, there is back, but not suggesting he will do that, but I suppose it could happen. Played it with, what was it, right-hand side there. Check side. It's a good shot. Should hit this, though. It's not that difficult to hit.
About to go 2-1 to Jack Lisowski's Jusser on an 80 break there. That's been a very quick match. 3 frames in, seems like about half an hour. Well, look at this. Look at this. Remember, 1 4-point snooker, and then with 2 reds, 2 blacks and the colours, you could tie the frame.
I said at the time, but he'd dearly like to bring take another red off the table with a high-value colour. But the option is not there just yet. All he's doing is frustrating Brissell, although this time he can get through to pot of red. He'll try and knock this long red in, probably at 100 miles an hour. Ah, brilliant. The frame's over now.
1.
Yeah. And he's on the scoreboard. Century for Jusser next door, so that's a terrific game as well. And this is lining up as well. Luca Brissell was disappointed not to win frame 2. He made a 60 break in this one, and he has got over the line. So Hamilton's lead 2-1. Remember, it's first to 4 to go through to the last 32 here in Brentwood. So let's hear a bit more from Luca Brissell about life on the World Snooker Tour.
Thank you.
2-1 to Anthony Hamilton, last match on the main table here today. In fact, there's only 2 matches left on. Jack Lisowski 2-1 up on Juice on table 2. These are the last matches in the last 64 of the English Open. Last 32 will be played in its entirety tomorrow. So it's basically a round a day from now on, right through to Sunday's final. They're playing, of course, for the Steve Davis Trophy. Of course, Purcell was runner-up here 2 years ago to Mark Selby in Brentwood at this English Open.
Sort of dangerous distance this for Hamilton. He knows it's a chance he has to go for, mid-range red, but it's hard to think he could play it without leaving something. Should he miss it? Reds are quite well scattered on that right side. Oh, well played. Hit it well.
He has this nickname, the Sheriff of Pottingham. He got it from Alan Hughes, who was MC for many years, one of the great characters on the circuit, and he was trying to build up some of the sort of rising stars of the game by giving them nicknames, something that people will remember, and it is a memorable one for Anthony. Of course, he's from Nottingham. That's the root of it.
Seven. Yellow ball. Anthony Hamilton,
Well,
7.
I suppose hand on the side cushion was one reason why that went wrong. But he didn't get the positional side of it either because he missed the pot. Keeper went across to the right side of the table more than it would have done had he potted the yellow. Goodness me, what a shot that is. What a shot. And he still had lots of running side on the cue ball when he hit that bulk cushion. He's absolutely demolished the bunch of reds. It's an act of vandalism, isn't it, that shot?
Seven.
Well, he's absolutely bulldozed his way into this frame. Now it's about keeping some control because, I mean, they are sitting so nice.
Eight.
He certainly has earned this opportunity. Hamilton, when he missed that yellow, he didn't leave an easy red.
They're sitting so nice that if he doesn't win the frame here, he's going to be seriously annoyed. Purcell, that is. He's got to just keep his concentration.
14. 50.
We were talking last night about when Corin Wilson won and the scenes with his family. Of course, Luca had his father, Carlo, with him, who's been with him obviously all the way through. One of these characters who keeps out the way and doesn't get sort of too involved with things, but obviously we're very proud to go out there and give him a hug afterwards.
21. Two. $28. 29. $36. 37.
Well, he's taken them quickly, but the Reds were so opened up that anything was going to be possible thereafter.
$49. 50.
I mean, there was a very tight pack of Reds. Just a couple of Reds sticking out after the Hamilton miss. And this, I mean, absolutely straight through the bunch. Was every ball move there. Incredible shot. Trying to play the cannon on the two Reds, so he avoided that because he didn't need to.
57.
And he needs a further red after this black, and it's a terrific way to win the frame. Well, it's good to see him playing better, but I don't think it'll count for anything unless he goes on to win the match. Then we can say, well, Luca Brissell back with us. This man won't easily. Anthony Hamilton. And he's missed that shot, goodness me.
Luca Brissell, 60.
After all that, he misses frame ball.
Yeah, it was frame ball. 57 in front, 59 on. So, just faltered at the line in this frame.
I just get the feeling it's just match sharpness that Luca Brissell lacks. You know, I think his game is coming back together.
Be work to do, obviously, for Hamilton to get back into the frame. The two Reds in ball, not great, really. Can he knock this in again? It's for the frame. Yes, he can. What a terrific red that is. Forget about the miss. He's played a very determined from the off, of course, getting to play. And it's going to be 2-2. He's going to let off a bit of steam here.
It's been an enjoyable 4 frames, isn't it? Lots been happening. Hard to pick a winner, but Brissell is certainly playing a little better.
$6.
These balls taking a bit of punishment now.
Another one of those doubles, I think, to the left middle. He misses one, but much better frame for Purcell.
Yeah, he's shown great fight, actually. As Anthony tends to his eyes, he spent most of his time watching that frame. It's 2-2. It was quick. Average frame time actually 15 minutes in this match.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? And, you know, he's always been a joy to watch Purcell. He's unconventional. This was a terrific opening red. He ended up just getting a bad angle on the yellow, or an angle he didn't think was quite right. But it looked like he'd half got away with this, just that one red. But the next shot was just... I can't think of another player but Luca Purcell who would play it like this into the bunch. The cue ball interested me because it had sided it here, zipped off those two cushions, basically one in the frame all but the last piece of the jigsaw, the red into the top right pocket. Look at this shot. Brilliant. Very attacking. And there were other good shots along the way, but it still took him another scoring visit. This was the second real visit where he knocked in a more difficult red into that pocket than the one he missed.
Now, table 2, I don't know whether they're against the clock here, but they're rattling through the frames. And Lazowski was 2-0 up in no time. Zhu Serdo was hit back. He had a century in the last frame, 114. And here he is. He's not quite going to be a century, I don't think. 66, yeah. So, but even so, in fact, he can just make one, can't he? He can make 100 exactly if he pots the black and the colours.
Yeah, he made one in the previous frame. I think he's one of the Chinese players who doesn't always get mentioned as one to keep an eye on, but he's a really good player, Zusi. And he's showing it here. As you say, it's barely been a safety shot in that match.
Made a maximum last season in the UK Championship. The winner of this match plays Barry Hawkins in the last 32.
I think we can safely say that the crowd that are still in are enjoying these two matches with the style of play we're watching.
Yeah, I think the people who left maybe are big fans of safety play. Knew they weren't going to see much.
Thank you. Frame 5.
So it's 2-2. It's a good match, this. Luca Purcell's fought back from 2-0 down. Jusser's done the same on the next table, and he's made back-to-back centuries from 2-0 down against Jack Lazowski, so it's 2-2 there as well.
And the two-cushion glance here, he's not giving it much thought. He's gone through a gap that he didn't even know existed. Tried to hit the right-hand red there, top side.
Anthony Hamilton 4.
But then he found a gap between the other two, which was small. So you have to be careful, because if you do miss the intended thin glance, there's not supposed to be a red in your path further up the table. It should be just a chance to play the shot again without fear of leaving one.
Andre Santos is the referee.
Anthony, yeah. Thank you. Foul and a miss. Anthony Hamilton 4.
No full ball contact, of course, so no warning.
This is the point, though, isn't it? As I say, that red just makes that shot quite difficult to play because you've always got a chance to hit the wrong ball. What has he left? Don't know if that red goes past the green up into the top right pocket, but there's not much else he can play.
Got to be said, Hamilton has really committed to his shots as well. This was what you call full-blooded. The kiss actually wasn't bad for him.
Well, Luca is a better player when he goes on the attack. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Obviously, the balance has got to be right. But at the moment, the ascendancy in the match is with Brissell. There's still 2-2, but now all of a sudden, Hamilton missing that yellow in the last frame, and then this red at mid-range. Maybe getting a bit hot under the collar out there. We saw him putting eye drops in at the end of the last frame.
One.
Amazing split, isn't it? But the reds might be just covering each other. But look at the way he's opened those reds again. Like the previous frame with that shot he played. He's not faced with an easy follow-up red, though. You don't want to break the reds open for that to get out and take advantage of it. Great shot. The risker, isn't he? I mean, that was not something that you'd practice. Just that awkward angle, nudging off the reds. It's just a reminder what he plays like, and he's been in slumber for a long time, hasn't he? Over a year, really.
60.
What a player he is.
Yeah, and that was a big part of that World Championship win over Mark Selby, the fact that he was determined to play his game. As you say, tough to beat Selby over 2 days, but that third session when he came out and just was knocking everything in, because it's very close overnight, there's only 1 frame in it, but started to pull away, and then, of course, managed to hold Selby off when he did. He actually for the century, didn't he, in the last frame?
I think it was one of the great finals, you know. He started so well, finished well. Selby regrouped and had the 147.
25.
It really was a special occasion.
Well, he's ended up on ball colours, but the reds are spread very nicely here.
Well, I mean, it was impossible to finish at the other end of the table without a choice of about 4 reds, and that's exactly what he's got, and it's what he's earned from the earlier split.
28. 35. 36. 43. 40.
Well, he's on the moment. Hamilton 2-0 up and going okay. It hasn't taken an awful long time in the context of this match for
51.
the tide to have turned against him.
52.
'He seemed to be happy enough with his game. He said he'd been playing. He was unperturbed by the fact that he hasn't won a match for so long. I suppose if you feel confident, then good things will happen. But this is the best I've seen him play for a while.
It's been a lively night here. Of course, we saw Ronnie O'Sullivan defeated. A lot of people have stayed behind to watch this one.
65.
Just looking to kill this off now. 57 in front, 75 still on.
Yes, he gradually got out of position the last two shots. Tried to sort of escape to the bulk end by hitting the blue on the way through. Means the frame isn't quite done.
Yeah, he just lost ideal position along the way, so as you say, not quite over yet, even though it's a useful lead. Looks like Zalewski's going to go 3-2 up in that really high-quality match next door. Blue just causing Hamilton a few problems.
One.
He will just run a little awkwardly now, taking him somewhat away from the bulk of the reds. He takes the black on, he's heading away from them. Well, it was a good shot to hold. Didn't have much room for manoeuvre there. Played it gently.
8.
Good frame to win.
See in the background, Zalewski sitting down. He's 3-2 up there with a big break in frame 5.
16.
78, I think the break was. Or 83, sorry. I'll get it right in a minute. 82 for Lazowski. Anyway, Hamilton looking to continue here. You know how important, how significant a big clearance can be in a match.
I did Hamilton, 16.
A puff of the cheeks there. He knew that none of those shots he was playing were that easy. There was an awful lot of work to do to win the frame. Well, Luca doesn't very often miss reds up into those bolt pockets like that on those sort of shots. But that one went astray. Difference of 41. Again, we're not over and done with in this frame.
Yeah.
Actually, you could see that there. You could actually notice there, the camera angle we saw, we could see somebody moving right behind the line of the shot. I think those wristbands are not really great for sort of being out of the player's eye line. They're fluorescent, aren't they?
Push the brown save, which is not in his favour. Obviously 40 behind. Helps Brissell.
Yeah, I mean, brown to blue where they both are. I mean, it really is a tall order.
4.
Yeah, you can see those, as you say, are quite...
eye-catching, aren't they?
yeah, almost sort of fluorescent in the dark of the arena. They had them at the Olympics, didn't they? The part of the closing ceremony, sort of a light show. I don't think we'll be having that here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think he'll clear here, but you can take the frame as deeply as you can from here. Get him down to the colours, who knows what could happen.
12.
It's been an entertaining match. I mean, it's not been absolutely perfect snooker, but it's been open. Some great shots.
$18. Anthony Hamilton, 18.
Well, here's another chance for Luca Brissell.
Watching that red very closely to see where it would finish. Could have finished anywhere. Well, potting's been pretty good tonight, but that one didn't find its target.
wanted an argument here to try and get something in play rather than clear. Maybe play the brown and get the snooker on the yellow. Obviously, there is the chance that he'll have the shot from green to brown to open it out, but bring it into play.
Three.
But there might have just been an argument there to push the brown out and not go for that yellow. Prove me wrong if he clears up, but I think he'll do well to do that.
Five.
£18 the difference. Yeah, he couldn't really get behind that brown or cannon it out from that angle. But we've got to a very crucial stage of the match. This would be a bad frame for Brissell to lose. He only wants one pot from here, though.
Anthony Hamilton, 8.
That's the worst outcome. He knew he'd left it on straight away, and as I say, importantly, Brissell does not need the blue. Be 19 in front on the blue if he knocks this in.
Four.
Yeah, quite rightly. No heroics there. Pot the brown for the points. Hamilton annoyed. He sensed a chance there to steal what would have been a vital frame. Now he needs a snooker.
Brissell, 4.
Yeah, I mean, the Hamilton eyes will be sort of lighting up, thinking about where the black is, and if you could get the cue ball in behind there, it would be a fiendishly difficult snooker to hit, perhaps. But it's not completely dead, this frame. Twice across in behind the black from here. Yeah, as you can see, the shot was there. Hasn't quite got it right.
He's going in, and Luca Brissell is going into the lead. Remember, he was 2-0 down. He lost a bad second frame, really, that he was in control of. But my word, he's been on the front foot since. He's been really determined
Brissell,
in these frames. Looking for his first win of the whole season, remember, and he's one frame away from that now. Leading 3-2 here in Brentwood this evening. Now, it's been a great match on table 2, and it's continuing. Jack Lisowski was 2-0 up against this man, Zhu Se. He had breaks of 56 and 72. Zhu Se made breaks of 114 and 100. Lisowski had 82. So that's what's been happening there. And this is live in frame 6. Zhu Se at the table 22 in front. So they both played really well. Obviously, someone's going to lose, but it's been very entertaining for the crowd who've stayed behind after the John Higgins match to enjoy it.
And that's the kind of match that's been absolutely rapid fire, but if it went to a decider, we might get a half-an-hour frame, you know, and the tension and pressure mounts. But it's been really good, like you say.
There's been a lot of really good stuff in this tournament, a lot of big breaks. Of course, Fang Zhengzi in the pre-TV phase had a maximum. And he plays Oliver Lyons tomorrow. In fact, if he were to win that, he could play Judd Trump, Fan, in the last 16. Ali Carter, it seems a long time since he played yesterday morning. He's up against Wu Yize. Si Jiawei will play Zhang Jun, of course, who beat Tom Ford. So there's a lot of young players here, particularly from China, who still involved as Zhu Se plays the snooker. We've not seen a lot of tactical stuff in this match, but needs must. You don't have to go for everything necessarily. You're allowed to play safe. Lisowski, of course, keeps being reminded he's not won a tournament yet, but he's been very successful in terms of prize money and points, and certainly the popularity stakes. He's kind of a top 4 player, as he somehow finds the black there. This match continues, of course, on Discovery Plus. So here in Brentwood, this are just waiting for frame 6 of a possible 7. Luca Brissell from 2-0 down has got his nose in front. On the other table, the other match left on, Jack Lisowski leads Zhu Se 3-2 as well. Here comes Anthony.
Yeah, thank you. Frame 6, Anthony Hamilton to break.
It's been the swinging 60s, really, for Luca Brissell. Breaks of 60, 64 and 64, all launched with very attacking initial shots. Helped him to get in front here. If he wins one more frame, it will be his first match he's won in a ranking event since March.
Yeah, if you could have slipped past the brown ball there, he might have been tied on the cushion behind the yellow, that cue ball. I suppose the other thing to say is, while Luca's definitely playing better, nothing but a win will be any good to him. And he's still got to convert this burst of form into a victory. And then we'll be saying that the signs of a revival, which is always going to come at some point, but not there yet.
Allowing the referee, Andre Santos, to have a look down the line, can see any of the red, what he can see in case he misses it.
I think it looks like there's a bit of it sticking out. Quarter ball even, I would say. Now Luca usually plays to develop the reds, and he could swing the cue ball somewhere round in behind the green from this shot. Taking the thinner route, but either way, threatening safety shot he's playing or attempting. Well, Hamilton doing everything he can to keep Russell at arm's length. He knows that he's quite dangerous tonight. Russell with all these opportunities. Hanging on in there a little bit now, Hamilton. This looks really good. That's a terrific shot. I thought he might just try and pot his way out of trouble there. Could have taken a red on, but he slipped in a very subtle safety shot, and it's a good one as well. And that is an example of just getting the balance right.
Miss. Russell's fault.
Well, it is a big target, but I think Luca Brussel's in two minds as to whether to play from there or put him back in, knowing that he might do a better job of the escape second time. Is it worth putting the balls back and asking him to go again? He decided yes.
We've seen Eurosport's influence in terms of some of the European players coming through, quite a few this season. The same applies to referees. Andre Santos from Portugal. Quite a few other European referees involved today. We saw Marcel Eckert, of course, earlier. Slava Boschel over on the other table. And we've got Belgium's not playing only one big ranking event in Germany. Now, there's some tables that might have dropped, but they haven't been on this one.
Yeah, I think it always looked top jaw, but as you say, a few of the Table's been quite generous, often in overseas events. You're going to have to make this count because chances have not been coming his way an awful lot in the last few frames. And of course, if he can get it to 3-all, it is anybody's again, with Luca Brazil searching for a win. Would go into a decider favourite, but doesn't mean he'll win it.
Well, speaking of which, Jack Lazowski needs 2 snookers, otherwise it's going to be 3-3 against Xu Ce, so it looks like they're going to be going into a decider as well.
Seven. Eight.
Oh dear. Well, he couldn't afford to miss that. The target was huge as far as going into the reds. He's not left it simple, but it was a pretty poor miss. He was quite well placed in behind that blue. So this is the moment where Luca Brazil could come out of the doldrums and get a match won.
Six. Seven.
What the interview did right at the start with Alan was actually quite encouraging. A few times last season he didn't seem that sort of thrilled about playing, but he was up for it. You could hear the way he was talking. He said he put the work in. He knows how well he can play.
12.
And he was expecting Anthony Hamilton because it'd be against someone with such experience, who knows every move to make.
13.
Well, the black will go on the pink spot, and that's the problem he's got here. He's going to be queuing awkwardly.
20.
Otherwise, it isn't too bad. The reds are going to be more difficult after this one is gone. All a little bit in each other's way. Might be a question of building as much of a lead as he can.
21.
Not necessarily going to get the frame and match one at this visit where the balls are. Well, he's cannon those 2 reds out. That's a good shot, but he's not perfectly behind the next red. That was a pretty enterprising shot.
28.
Played the cannon. Cue ball just went over to the right too far. And if he tries to cut this red he's closest to in, cue ball could clatter into other reds, he could miss the pot, anything could happen on this. Well, that's something I didn't predict would happen. Shouldn't really do that. I think the referee's right to warn him there. You're supposed to let the ball go into the pocket naturally. I mentioned earlier that he nearly did that. I don't think the referee's out of order at all by just quietly having a word with him there. The work he had on the ball, though, look at the cue ball. How did it end up there? Shouldn't really do all that. I agree with the referee.
Yeah, I mean, remember years ago, Graham Dott quite innocently sort of put his fist in the way, didn't he? And then Mark Selby, you know, picked the white up, thinking that's what you do. And the rule was that the hadn't left the bed of the table, so he was actually fouled.
It was all very confusing, wasn't it? And seems to me right now the fire's gone out a little bit for Hamilton. He was going to rely on a bit of luck there.
So Purcell sort of willing the red just to stop and not run into the white. Yes, he really stilled himself for that one. Really focused hard on this and cued it lovely.
Three. Four.
Well, he wants to be just off straight. He'd love to get these 5 reds opened up. I don't think there's any sort of a plant to the left corner there. Top 2 reds he's now looking at. Surprised if they're on, that he hasn't already looked at them before. Just offset. If he does play the plant, he could open up a number of reds here.
11.
Because the cue ball might go into the 3 reds below and could completely change the frame.
Well,
Well, it didn't open things up. Not at all, in fact. So now he looks to be playing safe straight away. So I'd be annoyed that it's ended so soon, that break.
brown ball. Martin Hamilton, 12.
He likes a double, doesn't he? He's knocked in a few into various pockets on the table. And maybe he didn't go for that one. A little smile between the pair of them. Oh, goodness me. I think it was impossible to get on a red there. And pot the ball he was intending there, the green. Never a dull moment.
There's tense times on both tables there. In the decider, early stages next door as well. Chapman's Kinjusa. Hamilton trying to take this one all the way, of course. If you've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, either at the Brentwood Centre or watching on Discovery Plus and Eurosport, you've certainly had a very exciting, and it's all coming to the boil now. The last two matches here in the last 64.
One.
Terrific cannon, that one. Might have landed more favourably, in fact.
5.
Problem he's got here, if he plays the bottom red, the easiest ball to play on is the black, which will then go back on its own spot. It might be in the way of the red that's just by the side of the black spot. So he had to force it and possibly play on the blue, otherwise he could have dropped it in, played on black to middle, but it would have just got in the way of the other red when respotted.
One.
Landed in the middle of nowhere with the cue ball, in behind the green off the blue, I think. That's what he attempted.
Brazil. 1.
Well, Anthony Hamilton thought about that shot for quite a long time. Don't know if he meant to play it quite like that, but he looks like he's blocked the red off close to the pocket. Can't get to it directly, Brissell. Become a little nervy, this frame.
Zhu Se has a very good chance, meanwhile, next door to get it won against Lisowski. It's been high quality, a lot of breaks.
Now, what's he going to do here? I mean, he's got an absolutely cast iron snooker. That red looks quite an acute angle to middle. He'd have to be right behind it and drop it in dead weight for it to be potted. But like I say, he could play the snooker. May not be seen as the most positive shot option. Played the little flick. It was maybe worth the gamble, but that had to be very delicately played to bring the red out.
Four. Anthony Hamilton, 4.
Well, Zhu Se is going to be asking. That's a big blow for Jack because he's already, there it is, he's already out of the British Open in his home Cheltenham. So he's not got that next week either. So he's played well tonight, but Zhu Se has turned it on with some big breaks. And he knows he's over the line. 76, he's had 2 centuries as well. Yeah, good match that. Good win for Zhu Se. As I say, disappointment for Jack Lisowski to have played well and not gone through. But it's Barry Hawkins next for Zhu Se, which leaves just one match left now in the last 64. It's this one we've been watching all night at a very crucial stage as well. Just 1 point in it in this 6th frame. There's a bit of noise as a few people leave, which is not ideal.
Well, that was a mistake, and it's not an easy opening red. It's quite a narrow one. I think Luca might fancy having a go. Bit of arm waving from Hamilton. Quite a thin pot, actually, this one, if he did try it. Well, the nerves have kicked in for both players. This is a chance if the red goes in. Goodness, it really is a chance to get the frame one, which you feel like he's always been just hanging on in, Hamilton, in this frame. He'd win it now, though.
One.
Yes, 27 minutes, the longest frame so far.
7.
Yes, of course, he'll need the blue, which,
9.
as you can see, is not going to be straightforward to get on from where the brown is. You might be able to get sort of over somewhere towards where the blue is, but not necessarily lining it up to a pocket. He doesn't want to be straight on this. He has not got a great angle.
$16.
Well, it's missable. There's no question it's missable. The black's also slightly hampering him on cueing. This could easily go wrong, and it's frame ball for a decider.
Hamilton.
Nothing
60.
nice about that shot. Now, has Luca got one more chance in this frame to avoid it going all the way? He's going to try to pot this, I think, in the middle. Take the cue ball round the angles. With the pink. Difficult shot, goodness me. Well, looks like we're going all the way.
Yes, a tough old frame won by a tough campaigner, Anthony Hamilton. Half an hour to set up a deciding frame finish. The last match of the round. He's not over yet. Big cheer for Anthony Hamilton. So it's all on the last then. They're level at 3-3, the decider coming up shortly. Well, it suddenly got very tense, didn't it, during that frame? It was quite free-flowing, but we will see what sort of decider we get. There's still plenty of people going to stick around. It's 20 past 11 here, but there'll be plenty of people watching. I've had a few deciders already today. Ross Muir won one against Gary Wilson. That was something of an upset. Matt Selt, a couple of centuries, but needed to come through in a decider against Ricky Walden. Mark Allen as well was pressed hard by Long Zhihang. And then, of course, Barry Hawkins. He was 2-0 down, actually, to Jimmy Robertson, 1-4-2. Steve Maguire beat Bolshky-Reves 4-0. I'm sure he was expecting to play Ronnie O'Sullivan, but, of course, O'Sullivan was beaten tonight 4-2 by He Guoqiang. Good win for Ben Wollaston. It wasn't the highest quality match, it's got to be said, but he held himself together well, particularly in the last frame. He played a good last frame to beat Mark Williams 4-1. Neil Robertson hoping that he's very much on the comeback trail. He beat Jackson Page 4-1. He plays Sean Murphy tomorrow night. And John Higgins is also looking for wins, trying to keep his top 16 place. He's been in there 29 years unbroken, and he beat Andrew Higginson 4-1. He's 16 in the world, but that will help just stave off the players sort of snapping at his heels. Higgins plays Dave Gilbert tomorrow afternoon. Last frame of the last 64.
Luca Brazil to break.
It's 3-3 between Luca Brazil and Anthony Hamilton. Here we are, 23 minutes past 11. And the decider gets underway. And plenty of people here at the Brentwood Centre have remained behind to watch it. Who's going to come through, though? Brazil has not won a match in a ranking event since March. Hamilton's got his own stuff to think about. He's keeping himself on tour for what would be, what, a 35th season, if he could stay on for next year.
Foul, and a miss.
Well, he's looking for the thin glance, and of course he knows that if he goes the wrong side, going to give a
Brazil
6-point
6.
penalty. The miss probably be taken, I would think, yes. And so often the player will improve on the first attempt. That's an excellent escape this time.
Foul.
I kind of did say to Dave, actually,
Hamilton.
between frames, when we were just discussing what might happen, that anything could happen in this frame with Luca, because you feel he's a bit of a coiled spring tonight. That red could have gone into the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it very nearly did for the set. Thankfully, it's made of sturdy stuff. It came flying off the table, didn't it?
Well, I guess it's what we crave, isn't it, as snooker watchers and enthusiasts, sort of a late night finish with a match where there could be a few twists and turns from here. I think we've got all those things. Very popular player, Anthony Hamilton, amongst his fellow professionals and people around him. Very likeable. Same applies, of course, to Luca Brazil. So they both have their supporters in this frame.
Does feel really big for trying to just win a match this season, establish himself, get some ranking confidence. He'll be at the British Open next week because his match has been held over, but he hasn't qualified for the Wuhan Open that follows it in China, a big ranking event. Quite a sort of eerie feeling at this time of night, isn't it? Obviously, no other matches on, so silence now, no distractions. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of these people have been here since this morning. They love the of the world. And an array of names, including some of the most notable we've ever seen.
Played well, and this is trouble, and that whistle there was from Hamilton, knowing that he's in a spot of bother. A few mutterings. The Reds are very appealing for the first player to get in and take advantage of them. Yeah, I think he's looking at going twice across and trying to target the low red down on the bottom cushion. Red that's directly below the black spot. It's going to be a hard red to just locate first go. It's the red below the black spot here. Surely that's the target ball. Gone too wide.
Oh,
He got that all wrong. He's got his sums wrong there. He nearly hit the black. So he's got to make an adjustment here and finish the other side of the black off the second cushion below it to go anywhere near the red that he wants to. He's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
A bit closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The swerve onto that red was not really on.
Yeah.
Closer and to your right time.
Yeah.
Yes, he's not doing himself any favours by saying in behind the yellow more, because he's what he's saying is that
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
where it was originally put,
You're right. Keep going.
he could maybe make an easier escape than he's allowed to.
Better?
Yeah, you got a bit too much. Sorry. Left a bit. One, left.
Yeah? Thank you.
So further down the table, I think, off this first cushion, more right-hand side maybe. Well, I can't see that he played to hit that red somehow. He'd love to sneak this cue ball in behind the yellow here. Can't quite manage it.
Never quite sure what sort of decider you'll get. Sometimes a player gets in, wins it in one visit. We saw, of course, in Riyadh, Mark Williams looked like he would do that, and then Trump cleared up. This is a lot cagier at the moment. Not to say there won't be a big break coming up, but after the last frame, maybe it's not that surprising. That was half an hour. I've already had 10 minutes here, 11 minutes just about. Not much on the board yet.
Yeah, he apologised. He didn't know too much about that. Red dropping in. Giving him the edge, though, if he can just drop him behind the colour. Now we're going to establish that the cue ball is not leaving a pot, but also not really leaving a very easy roll up behind the yellow, coming in at it from a side angle. I mean, if he got it right and got him behind the yellow, it would be trouble, but if he hits it wrongly and leaves that red on, it would be the worst scenario. So now he's looking at a different way. It was a handy fluke, but doesn't want it to lead him to a bigger problem.
Yellow ball. Anthony Hamilton, 1.
Well, this would be always the chance Luca will pot his way out of trouble here. This is a really difficult red, though. Good cue ball. Very good.
Yes, he's covered the red. That's the key thing, just sort of held his hand up. Yeah, very tense now, isn't it? I mean, it's obviously a decider, but I always think the lateness of the hour just adds to the drama. Trying to move the red and get the white back to safety, but reds are running here. Oh, could easily have left that on.
Cool, that was lucky. Goodness me. He launched himself at that red. Somehow it's gone in between, so the red doesn't really pot into either middle or corner pocket. I mean, every sinew's gone into that shot. He's played a clever shot, but he will feel a bit aggrieved that he's not been left something easier there. He's got to show patience now, Brissell. Hamilton's got a route back to the bulkhead, though. just looks really awkward. Whatever way you look at this, he's sized up about 5 or 6 different options. None of them are easy. Yes, he's got a long red that he could knock in, but it's not a nice shot. In the absence of any safety shot, though, it might be that he has to go for this. Just a container instead. Not really his sort of shot to play. Very tense scenario, this.
Yeah, and the fact it's the last match on, every pair of eyes is on it, you know. Obviously in the multi-table people are watching all sorts, but just adds to the stakes here. We may look back, who knows, on this frame as being key to Brussel's potential revival this season. Not going to happen, though, obviously, if he loses in this event.
So now a chance to pot a red to middle and be on the brown, cue ball down to a safe area. So good at that sort of a shot, so side. He's got the chance and he's waited patiently for this. Well, the red below the black would be a great red to be on. It would free the black, it could make everything possible. Now he's just about to pot it and move it. No, it's a better chance now than it was when he first came to the table.
Well, he has exuded a great air of confidence overall, so he needs to try and stay in that frame of mind here. And thus stay in this tournament.
Green ball.
Worst possible outcome, I think.
9.
The red to the left of the pink doesn't pass the black. The full ball kiss on the yellow means he can't get to any of the reds below the pink or to the right of them. Just that one red, and he should be in a better position than this. That's a magnificent red shot. He is. You don't think of Luca Brussel with the rest being so good at it as some of the other players, but I tell you what, he hit that like a dream.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is one of the shots of the match. Magnified by the position in the match where he played it. Keeps him going here in the decider. but that was not. That was the opposite.
Good
Oh
Brazil.
dear.
10.
Well, he didn't have a great angle, and you could see when we were behind the shot that he was just off straight, so he had to really hit that very hard to get the desired effect. And of course, all the accuracy was lost in the process. Undone a bit of good work there.
One.
Well, clean the white properly, he says.
Safe to say that we have a difference of opinion on chalk manufacturers in this match. And some suggestion that the balls bounce differently off cushions with different chalk.
I think we can already see this decider's not going to be one at a canter. It's going to be, you feel, kind of nip and tuck.
The other thing that Anthony has done, he has slowed things down, and I don't think he's doing it deliberately. I think it's just that it's very tense, and now he's taking quite a long time on every shot. Playing for his livelihood, of course. Well, these two are finding obstacles, aren't they? The yellow that Luca hit full ball, which stopped his last break.
Three in trouble. Brilliant.
3.
He's giving us his own commentary.
3 and in trouble. So, somewhat sarcastic.
Good Hamilton. 3.
Well, we're now 14 minutes to midnight, so, you know, this time of night, you see so many frames like this over the years.
I think I'm doing all right.
First 4 frames actually took an hour to play, but of course then we're in a sort of 22 minutes of the half an hour frame. This already 25 minutes.
played that well. Cue ball being sent all around the angles like that. I think Anthony Hamilton is more used to this kind of an end to a match than Luca Brecel. Over the years, he's been involved in a few of these scraps.
In the end, it wasn't the worst cue ball there. It's come to rest at least near the cushion. Could have finished anywhere. Ball close to the right corner. That's the brown. It would catch a few players out. Mark Williams is actually sort of colourblind when it comes to that.
Well, an awful lot of things happened on that shot. So many reds moved. Steered the cue ball back though. Well, I'm sure he hit the green there, didn't he? That's why he apologised. It's kind of all happening, isn't it, in a strange way? And now that brown that's out of place down there in the bottom right, he can knock in. Just grazed the green on the way through. That's an outrageous fluke, really. Clearly it wouldn't have gone in otherwise.
Very odd sort of fluke. And what a time for it to happen. Well, out of his hands now, Brecel.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, you could hear him speaking under his breath there. I mean, the signs are he's put work in and he's playing better. But he's just not getting over the line in matches. This would be another painful chapter, I think, if he lost this match. I have to say that you just feel even now that there might be a lot of snooker to be played in this frame. No real suggestion he's going to get the match one here and now. I mean, black's safe, blue awkward. Pink's the only big scoring ball. Brecel is definitely not out of it.
Yeah, and Hamilton's missed that one. There's a lot of pressure out there. There's a lot of tension. As we approach midnight, it's not going to be easy for either player to get across the line. That was a chance at least to build up a lead, but he's not done that. As he sits down, he's still behind. Frame now half an hour long.
Didn't get very close to it, did he, in the end? But really is late at night and it's very nervy. Balls are running awkwardly.
We've seen it before. So often the witching hour turns into the twitching hour.
sense that the cue ball jumped a little bit there, as if it was maybe a bad contact. But now this is the better chance that we've seen of any of them. Not necessarily again to get the match one, but break of around 30 would be like gold dust here.
Seven. Eight.
Well, he's going to play a big recovery shot now. And this red up the table is going to have to be
14.
You know, very gettable shot for someone like Brissell with his potting ability. Coupled with which has always had a lot of great recovery shot, that.
Yeah, brilliant. This stage with all the pressure on. He's going to travel well again. He's lost his way. It's just one of those frames, isn't it? It's just not going to be easy.
90.
Got himself in front, but that was a chance. If he got on the red there, he wouldn't need the safe red. But he didn't get on it.
Yeah, it's quite a handy lead, though, isn't it? It doesn't feel like many 23 points. It wouldn't be enough, maybe in an early frame, but it feels that he's got a significant lead in the context of this frame, in this match.
Not impossible. That black that's sort of safe near the side cushion could play its part yet. If we get that far, you wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, it's. I think any lead in a frame like this is useful. What a match it's turned into now. Really dramatic 2.5 hours. This frame coming up to 34 minutes. Midnight about to chime. Still, we don't know who's coming through. And I'll say this about Brissell. A lot of people have said he's too good to drop off the tour, but he's going to have to start winning matches at some point. Otherwise, it'll happen. This is a big, big frame here. This could be the start of something if he does come through. If he doesn't, then off to the British Open next week, looking to win his first match of the season.
Foul. Brissell, 4.
Well, at this stage, 4 points. Welcome for Brissell. The lead has grown to 27. There's a red on the side cushion he won't need. Every little flick now is, you know, you're interested in. Every little rub will play its part. There is the match time. 2.5 hours exactly. And Tuesday is about to become Wednesday.
Well, he'll be taking this on, I feel, with the other three reds quite awkwardly placed. Nice pot.
One.
And that was a well-played shot as well. It's exactly how he meant it, twice across
5.
on that red. Yes, the brown only just made it. And he only just missed the other red on the left side of the table, but it's perfect now. Just to sort of claw back a few points, I think. That's all he can hope for here.
Six. Twelve. Thirteen.
So this is coming down. This all matched to the colours. So this is coming down. This all matched to the colours. Just clawed his way back into this frame, hasn't he?
He really has. You know, it was not an easy table. It was a good opening red, and the other two reds and colours since then have really helped him. Purcell was quite a strong favourite, but he isn't now.
Hamilton.
This is pretty good
90.
as well. That's very good from Hamilton. Very experienced player. May not have got complete cover, but it was still well played, that last shot. One thing that the black is safe, but it could be that the next chance means that neither player or the player that gets the chance won't need the black at all. Might not come into play. Everything else is pretty straightforward. had a long look at it, but it was a difficult shot, as they all are at this stage. Now, Luca's knocked in some good balls in this match, but this would be under pressure, probably the best of the lot, I think. Very good. Really cleanly.
Yeah, one thing he's not done is backed away from anything right from the start to the end. So he has a chance here to get this one. What a battle it's turned into.
Played that well. We've seen already a very good rest shot in this frame from a
7.
straight red, and he's going to have to put a bit of power into this one as well, I think, as he decides to play green to right middle. Oh, this is awkward. Goodness me. Over the top of the blue. So it's kind of just about it if this goes in beyond the brown, but nothing is ever going to be that straightforward for Luca Brecel at the moment. So long without a win, even this shot is going to take some getting. Very good.
Player he'd beaten a ranking event was Oliver Brown in the second round of the World Open in China back in March. But the brown is in,
16.
and it looks like that barren spell is over. And we may well look back on this match, a late finish, a long match. We may look back on it as the start of the Luca Brecel revival. 45 minutes, the last frame. It's gone to Belgium's Luca Brecel, a real battle royal here in Brentford tonight. It's Luca Brecel who finally gets the win just after midnight by 4 frames to 3. Both players gave it everything, but Brecel delighted to win his first match of the whole season. Well, it all starts again in just under 10 hours' time. We'll be here 11 o'clock CET, that's 10 o'clock in the morning. Mark Selby and Joe O'Connor renewing their rivalry, and all Leicester affair, of course. Then Judd Trump, Matt Selt, 1 o'clock local time. That'll be on Eurosport as well, of course, as Discovery Plus. And Kyron Wilson and Anthony McGill, we remember their Crucible semi-final 4 years ago. So they're the main matches in the daytime. And then table 1 at night, Mark Allen against Liu Haishan. And then a real blockbuster, Shaun Murphy against Neil Robertson. Open already bringing the drama, some upsets, a lot of good matches, close matches as well. We'll see you for some more of that on Wednesday. For now, though, good night.